Video of the day number 36. Today we are going to go to the Target to check the Christmas lights stock. Everything is now 75% off. So we'll see if there's anything interesting left. I tend to doubt it. There is some bells that I wanted to get, so we'll see if there's any of the bells left. See if there's any in the second lights. Probably just all DEL flickery junk. And then we're going to go to the Savers to try to find a metal file cabinet. I have been looking at the local QuestionableWill thrift store for a couple weeks, and one has not shown up there, which is not surprising. I don't usually find that there are any file cabinets at that particular QuestionableWill. I'm not sure why. I see them at other ones, but that one in particular, they're just not usually there. So the Savers is a much bigger store. I hope that the Savers will have one. If not, then the search continues. And then after that, we'll go back home because I think it's going to snow today, which means there's going to be an inordinate amount of salt put on the road, which I want nothing to do with. And then when we get home, I got to do some work on the computer, and then we'll have lunch. And then I have a lot of videos to make today. Some are just regular.
After 1/4 mile, turn left, Constitution Boulevard South, then turn right.
Some are just regular videos, and then some repairs. There's some things have broken in the kitchen, and then the TV computer has broken as well. So we got to get that fixed.
Turn left, then turn right. Turn right, Highway A northbound, towards Waterbury.
Well, we can't do that because it is shut. That's unfortunate. It looks like there's all sorts of stuff going on here today. That's kind of odd. It's not the weekend. I would not expect this to be going on today. I don't see anything going on there. Oh, actually, the whole road is shut. Huh, that's very strange. Wonder if something happened. Oh no, this is going to be all screwed up now because that's all screwed up. Well, I picked a bad day to go to the store. And actually this GPS is just trying to reroute to put onto the freeway a different way, so I might have to stop and change that. I don't really ever go to the Target. I don't think I've been there in years. So I'm not exactly
After
sure.
700 feet, turn right, Sullivan Avenue, then turn right.
I'm not really sure how to get there offhand, so I need this digital map. Wow,
turn right, then turn right.
This is screwed up the entire way. Yeah, this is going to take some time. Well, I guess what I'll try to do is I'll try to go down by where the Home Depot is and see if I can maybe get on the freeway there, because there's another on-ramp over there. I don't know how far it's shut.
After 700 feet, turn right, Coram Avenue. After 300 feet, turn right, Coram Avenue. Turn right, Coram Avenue. After 1/4 mile, turn left, Main Street, then turn left. Turn left, then turn left. Turn left, Highway A northbound, towards Waterbury, then keep left.
It's not blocked over here, but it's vacant.
After 1/4 mile, keep left.
I don't know what's going on with this. Very strange.
Keep left, then take the exit right. After 3/4 of a mile, take the exit right towards Pershing Drive. After 1/2 mile, take the exit right, 16. Take the exit right, 16, towards Pershing Drive. After 1/4 mile, turn right, Olson Drive, then turn right.
No, that was wrong. I think it's okay. I think I can get to the same place.
After 700 feet, turn left, Highway 115, Main Street, then take the third left.
This is taking a long time.
After 300 feet, turn left, Highway 115, Main Street, then take the third left. After 700 feet, turn left, West Main Street. Then, you have reached your destination. It is on your right.
There's some high-pressure sodium lampposts.
Turn left, West Main Street. Then, you have reached your destination. It is on your right.
What? I don't think that this is accurate.
After 300 feet, you have reached your destination. It is on your right.
I don't think so. Oh, no, I guess there it is. I see it.
You have reached your destination 20 West Main Street. It is on your right.
How do you go there? Now, sometimes the map is not particularly accurate where the actual address is, but usually gets you to the general area at least. And that was the case here. This was not very accurate at all, but whatever, we got there. salt in this parking lot. Well, that was not successful. There were no bells to be seen. There were some lights. There was kind of like a handful of everything left. But I didn't get any because the prices were not clear, and I don't really want to spend the money on that right now. So I'll have to see if I can...
At the end of the road, turn left, Highway 115, Main Street. Then, at the end of the road, turn right.
I'll have to see if I can find the bells somewhere else.
Turn left, then, at the end of the road, turn right.
The store I saw them at was nowhere near here. I'm not going to go all the way over there.
Turn right.
I mean, it was like over an hour away from here, so I'm not going to go back there just to get the bells. But I'll try a couple other local stores in the area.
After 1/4 mile, turn left, Academy Hill Road.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the Savers, and oh no, this is wrong too. I'll go to the Saver. I happen to have my computer with me, so if the I don't know if the Savers has internet access, but if it does, I will try to find out what the address is for the other Target. I know there's another one. We're probably within 10 miles from here.
After 300 feet, turn left, Academy Hill Road. Turn left.
I think the view is messed up because I zoomed it out before trying to see where I could get around that traffic jam, and now I can't see it clearly anymore.
After 1/4 mile, turn right, Highway 243, Pulaski Highway. Turn right. After 1/4 mile, turn right, Highway 114, Racebrook Road. Turn right. Highway 114, Racebrook Road, for 3.5 miles.
That was pretty good. A lot of times those people can't get those trucks around anything. It's starting to snow. Well, we'll have to see what the timing is like. If I don't go to the other targets today, the likelihood of finding those bells, ding, goes down substantially with every day that goes by. I'm sure I could find them a stupid scam rip-off eBay for some gouged price, but I don't want to do that.
After 1/2 mile, turn left, New Haven Avenue.
For some reason, I thought these things were closer together. This route doesn't make any sense. I think it would have been quicker to go home and then go later.
Turn left, New Haven Avenue. After 1/4 mile, turn right, Spring Street, then take the second right. Turn right, then take the second right. After 700 feet, turn right, Dogburn Lane. Turn right. At the end of the road, turn right, US 1, Boston Post Road. Then, you have reached your destination. It is on your left. Turn right, then, you have reached your destination. It is on your left.
I see it. And this is the wrong parking lot, isn't it? Alright, let's see if there's any file cabinets here. Nothing. Not even a good fan. Well, there is a QuestionableWill thrift store just a couple of minutes down the road, so I guess we'll check that too. I think there's a high pressure sodium light over here. There's a couple high pressure sodium lights over here. There's also a lot of junk.
After 700 feet, turn left, US 1.
Appears to be several high pressure sodium lights back here. That one is missing the cover, but it's still working. This is quite a mess back here.
After 300 feet, turn right, US 1, Boston Post Road. Then, at the end of the road, turn left. After 700 feet, you have reached your destination. It is on your right. You have reached your destination 305 Boston Post Road. It is on your right.
This one had very poor customer service last time I was here. Nothing. Not even some good fans. I didn't really notice much of any change in the stock in this one since the last time I was here. Maybe this one doesn't do very good business. Well, there's one more 2 miles down the road. We'll go there, see if there's a filing cabinet there. And then if not, this whole trip is just a total wash.
Turn right, US 1, Boston Post Road.
The snow is getting pretty heavy, but it's not sticking to the roads, so I don't feel like it's creating a hazard. If this other OK Will turns out to be a bust as well, I will try to find out where the other target is. But I can't just be driving around. They have other things I gotta do, so that might just be a loss. There might be a file cabinet at the Home Depot, but I don't really want to spend more than a couple dollars on it.
After 1/4 mile, you have reached your destination. It is on your right.
This one is allegedly a superstore. I don't know what that means. It doesn't seem any different than any of the other ones I've been to. It's certainly not the biggest one. The parking lot in this one is super awful, but that's about the only thing that's super about it. It better be a super filing cabinet.
You have reached your destination, 1712 Boston Post Road. It is on your right.
Good to know. Oh, that's not a regular space there. I have to go here. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, we had success here. Now there's a total jam in this lot here. People just completely unable to maneuver their vehicles. I'm gonna go to the other Target. I was able to collect the address here. This superstore has a super Wi-Fi network.
Turn right, US 1, Boston Post Road.
So I was able to collect the information on the computer, and it's not too far. We did have success here. I got the cabinet. I don't know why that was so difficult to find, but that's fine. I got the cabinet, and it only cost $6. And there was a freak show, a penny freak show. There's no pennies at the register anymore, and I don't understand. Like, the pennies, I guess the pennies recently got canceled out. They're not in production anymore. But where did they all go? Wait, I can understand that. Okay, they're not making no more. Okay, but where are all the existing ones? I mean, there's got to be millions of them out there. Where are they? They're all gone already? They just disappeared? I don't understand that. So now, instead of giving me the change back to the exact penny, she gave me extra change. So I guess it worked in my favor, which is better than other options, you know, because I've heard some places they just, like, you're just out of money if they don't have the pennies. So that's crazy. I have 4 pennies sitting here in the car. One of these is very new. Actually, it's only from 2022, but it looks very nice. It is now 33 degrees, so I guess we're starting to teeter on potentially slippery condition, but there's so much stupid salt on the roads, I don't think it's going to be an issue.
After 1 mile, take the exit right, Interstate 95 southbound, towards, turn right, US 1, Boston Post Road. After 1 mile, take the exit right.
What are you saying?
After 1/2 mile, take the exit right, Interstate 95 southbound, towards New York City. Then, take the freeway.
Okay.
After 1/4 mile, take the exit right, Interstate 95 southbound, towards New York City. Then, take the freeway.
I don't like that place.
Take the exit right, then, take the freeway. After 1.6 miles, take the exit right, towards Menorah Parkway.
Oh. I'm sure you can hear that file cabinet. It's making lots of cool noises.
After 1/2 mile, take the exit right, 38, towards Menorah Parkway. Take the exit right, 38. After 1.2 miles, take the exit left, Highway 15 southbound, towards New York City. After 1/2 mile, take the exit left, 3B, Highway 15 southbound, towards New York City. Take the exit left, 3B. After 1/2 mile, keep left. Keep left. I-15 southbound, Wilbur Cross Parkway south, towards New York City, for 3.5 miles. After 1/4 mile, turn left, Highway 108, Nicholas Avenue. After 700 feet, turn left, then take the second left. Turn left,
okay.
Then take the second left.
Oh my gosh.
After 700 feet, turn left, Holly Lane. Then, turn left. Turn left, then, turn left. After 700 feet, turn left, then, turn right. Turn left, then, bear right.
I'm actually not sure where in this thing that it actually is.
Bear right, then, turn. After 700 feet, turn left, then, go
She's not
straight
telling me
ahead.
anything helpful anymore. Oh, it is back here. Jeez, what is there? Run on these bells? We have to park nowhere near the store. Nothing. There was pretty much nothing left in terms of Christmas stuff here except for that flickering display. The stay lit ones actually didn't look too bad in person or on the camera preview, but the other ones were awful. They flickered horribly. Well, I guess I can't have the bells. There's a lot of movement and time for a whole lot of nothing, but sometimes that happens. So now I gotta figure out how to get back home without going on that stupid freeway, because it's just gonna eat up even more time. It's now after 3 o'clock. I expected this outing to be about 45 minutes, so that's not good.
You will arrive at your destination at 3:18 p.m.
Yeah, this is putting it to that road. We can't do that. Avoid part of the route.
Turn left, then turn right.
Okay, good. This other route is a fair bit longer. It's like 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes longer, but I think we'd probably eat up more than that on that road. Plus the wear on the vehicle from sitting in traffic. So we'll go this way instead.
Turn left, then turn right.
Well, that was definitely very disappointing. I wonder if those were not even sold around here, because the where I saw them, it was a different state.
Turn left, Poly Lane.
This is very dangerous turn here. There's no visibility. There's no visibility from right side at all.
Spring Road, then turn left. Turn right, then turn left. After 1/4 mile, turn left, Chapel Street. Turn left.
Ugh. After 1/4 mile, turn right, Chapel Street. Then, at the end of the road, turn left. Turn right, then, at the end of the road, turn left. At the end of the road, turn left, Main Street. Turn left. After 1/4 mile, turn left, Highway 110, Main Street. Turn left. Okay, we're finally back home. It is now almost 5 o'clock and I have gotten nothing accomplished today because the supposed to be like 45-minute errand turned into a 4-hour operation all over the state here, and it didn't really turn up much. So I am extremely hungry because I didn't eat yet today. I was figuring I'll eat lunch around 1 o'clock when I got back, and it did not come to pass. So we have some pizza today that came from, I actually don't remember what the name of the restaurant is, but it was a very good pizza restaurant. It's not from around here, so I don't have it often, but here it is. Here's the pizza. We'll turn this on, get that started. I have to do some work on the computer. Now. I don't have any videos set up at this point. Normally they're set up days in advance, but I've been gone the last couple of days, so I used up all the videos that were set up. Okay, that's at least get us through the evening now. We can have some dinner. It doesn't even fit in the toaster, it's so big. Is the keyboard broken? Nope. I also have some muffins. These are from King Cullen, which is kind of near where that pizza restaurant is.
Exaggerate a word that doesn't have it in it, makes it sound like it does.
The audio in this video is horrid.
Candelabra 2025. These two candelabras, I used to call them candelabras. I had a friend who, my friend John, still friends with him, he still always joke around whenever you see you go, "What's up, crap?" So any kind of word had that like crap in it, we would say, or we would exaggerate a word that doesn't have it in it and make it sound like it does. So candelabra. What's up, candelabras? So all right, so candelabras. These came from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, at the old Engine Works Marketplace. Just recently did a video montage on a lot of stuff that we saw in there. It's an annual tradition that we go there. Eddie and I usually walk out with something. And it's kind of to say, cool, we got something from this place, something vintage.
These muffins are fantastic.
And I went to school at East Stroudsburg University. You might have seen some of my shirts and stuff in videos, but so that's what's cool about it too. And my mom lives pretty close from there. It's just fun. Last year, I got a 5 candelabra from there. And I display that on my mantle. And I don't think I did a walkthrough video this year, the inside, and I'm really proud of how it turned out. And it's still all decorated. Maybe we'll still do that. It's New Year's Eve as of this recording. So I also last year I bought a set of vintage, very vintage C7s in the original box, and I did give those to Jordan Yu as a gift because I was, as much as I was displaying things in here, I have C9s all over the place, incandescent C9s all over the place hanging around here. Eddie put those up. I didn't have a good spot for those, and I just felt like he would, and I know he really enjoys whether it's vintage equipment or lighting with the original box, and because it has the original box, I thought it would be a good gift. So I gave it to him, and I think in his walkthrough, he displays it in his bedroom, which is extra special to me that he's using it. So those are the two items I got there last year. This year, I actually had my heart set on the ceramic tree. Now, I'm up to I have 3 ceramic trees. I used to have 4. 2 of them I gave to Eddie, and then I got another one last Christmas. My mom came out of ceramics retirement to make me a brand new one to go with the one that she made back in the 80s, and then also the one she made for my grandmother back in the 70s. So I have 3 ceramic trees, all made by my mother in different time periods. Now I have to say, as we digress, the one that was made, gave to me last Christmas as a gift was the quality of the ceramic is, I'm just going to say it's crap compared to the thickness of the ceramics used in yesteryear. So I was going there, and Eddie has 2 ceramic trees, and that's a whole other story, but I was going there with the idea I was going to get another ceramic tree, and I wanted to get something slightly different. I've been on the lookout for ceramic tree that has the third piece, like the bottom part of the fake branches, like that base. I was looking for one of those because my mom used to have one. I don't know if it broke or whatever. She had a white one. I really didn't care what color as long as I found one. They had a couple there, which was cool. We get 2. I was really into it. Then they had a regular one that was green, which whatever. I have multiple green trees, but it had the fake like painted snow on it. It looked really cool. Really cool. Compared to what I've seen out in the market for vintage ceramic trees, the prices were pretty good. They were like low 100s. Occasionally you get one like higher, 150, 175. They had a lot there. I encourage you to go check out that video because I document. It's a photo montage style video, but you can see what I was seeing there too. So I was set on that, and then I came around the corner, and there's a photo in that video too, of this shelf in this one booth there there had to be 24 of these candelabras there, just all in one shelf. Like, or actually 2 shelves, but like stacked on top of one another. And I was like, oh my gosh. And they had all these bulbs in them. And I thought, oh my gosh. I was like, how much are they? Because I'm going to buy them all. They were $40 each, but 20% off. It's like, oh, I'm not buying them all. And it just took me back to, I remember going over to my friends' houses and their parents having these in the big windows. They'd put these in the bay window and put the 3 candelabras on either side of them in the smaller windows, and these style bulbs, the clear incandescents, and it just, I must have walked past and stared at those in that store 5 or 6 times. And I was just like, I was really, I guess you could say, not homesick, but longing for the past once again, because you just don't see people who use these like that anymore. I don't understand why. However, let you use me as your guinea pig. So this was kind of still expensive, right? And I thought, I'm pretty sure you can still buy these brand new. And I looked on, I just did a quick Google search, and you can buy them brand new, and they're like half the price of what I paid for these. But fine, I got vintage ones, and so now I have 3. The other one I told you about from last year, these 2. These will go in the kitchen windows. They'll look really nice. They'll look really, really nice. I just have single candles in there right now, which still look great, but this will look cool. It'll give it a really cool vintage look. So let's plug them in and check them out. We all know what incandescent lights look like, so I don't need to be zeroing in on the quality of the bulb. I don't even know if all the bulbs work. I don't even know if these work. I might have gotten ripped off. So I'm going to unplug the space heater here. Ooh, okay. Leave that there. All right, so non-fused plugs. These are old, clearly. And I'll tell you about one of them in a second. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh. Oh, look at these. Look at these. I'm going to turn down the lights a little bit. It's not going to really help because it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a sunny day for once. All right. Oh, wow. These are just so pretty. I'm impressed all the bulbs work because I thought banging around and everything. I'm going to leave the bulbs like this, I think. Like, I'm not going to make them all red or all, I guess that's green, blue. It's blue. Well, long story short, I think I'm having color issues with my eyes. I was playing Uno over the holiday break with some family, and I was struggling between the green and blue part. Now, granted, we were playing practically in the dark, and I didn't have my glasses on. So these will be put into the window 2026 in the 2027 season. It'll take me 2 seconds to display them right now, but I'm just going to put them away and use them next year. I'm very happy with this purchase. Really, really happy. Really cool. Really cool. And I thought about maybe doing different colored bulbs. You guys might have seen, maybe you haven't. Well, actually, maybe one of the other videos where I use LED blasphemy, C7 bulbs in the candles in the window. You know, they do the warm white, whatever. I'm not screwing around and putting anything. LED will not go into these candles. I will probably just keep them the clear incandescents as long as I possibly can. I do think I have some, and I can order some if they go out next year. And I think I'll keep it the red and blue. I'll just do that in the window. And what's cool is I have a vintage set of lights, C7s above the window, and it's a set of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a set of 7, which is really odd. It's a really old set, documented on the channel last year. And it has all blue bulbs in it. But what I could do, I think it would be a nice touch, is swap out every other bulb with a red one. So I would have the red and blue lights above the window and the red and blue candles in the window. I think that's how we're going to go. Last thing I'll say about this is when I was inspecting, I was trying to figure out which one I wanted. Now I noticed the bases are a little bit different here, but I was kind of going for which ones were in better condition. They were all in pretty good condition. Some had a little more yellowing than others. Some were missing the paper cardboard underneath.
Hello?
Hello.
What?
Hi there. How are you doing today?
Your voice is infuriating and I can't stand you.
I'm reaching out.
Just hang up because you're stupid.
And we're offering a free quote. Do you currently have auto insurance?
Are you currently stupid? Are you currently stupid?
But what was super cool is when I was looking at them, some of them had instructions. Someone hand wrote instructions on the cardboard underneath, not on these two, and it would have been fine if it was there because I love that kind of stuff. And one of them said something like, "Mom, front room, left window." So clearly these were being used in someone's home. I don't think all of these were, but maybe who knows that. But it was basically instructions to whoever was putting them out the following year, okay, this one goes in mom's room. And if they were all for one home, that would be interesting to have these in every single window versus the single ones or even the 3. Really cool stuff. And I love that because I feel wherever these may have been used, they're going to be cherished and honored here. So whoever bought these to decorate their home years ago, and these were part of the display, whether those people are living or not today. These will live on in their honor and display in my home with other vintage lights, and I'm just happy to do that. All right, so thanks for watching. Let me guys know what you think. Should I swap out the lights and make them all one color? Should I make them all clear? I'm not going to do that. I am toying around with the idea. I was toying around with the idea of using flame bulbs, but I'm not going to do that. I really think I'm going to keep it clear incandescents. But the flame bulbs, I think I'm going to put into the one that I got last year. That's from the mantle. That came with just white, painted white incandescent C7s, which are just like, they almost look like nightlight bulbs. But I think I'm going to switch those to the flame bulbs. Reason being is my mom's mom, who passed away when I was 4, she used the flame bulbs in all of her windows, and she had candelabras in some of those windows. And I actually remember this from being 4 years old. She passed when I was 4. So I think in her honor, I'm 47 years old, and she passed when I was 4. I think in her honor, I'm going to change that candelabra bulb on the mantle to flame bulbs, because one, she used candelabras, and also she used the flame bulbs. So I don't have any really decorations that were hers. I have my other grandmother's ceramic tree that my mom made for her. So it's kind of a way of honoring my grandmother that my sisters really have never met. And, you know, just a way to keep that memory alive. And something I can share with my mom, tell my mom that I'm doing that. She'll appreciate that. All right, well, thanks for watching. Christmas 2025 is almost a wrap. Well, Christmas itself was last week, and we are now, as of this taping, New Year's Eve, but we're still having fun with Christmas lights. Christmas will live on here for about another month before we really take everything down. So thanks for watching. Comment, subscribe, and like.
Ready for motorcycle fun at half the price? Meet GT.
Oh, now the audio is too high because the other audio video is too low.
NFC Key-Lock 2000W motor, powerful performance, motorcycle grade tires and brakes for.
Hey everyone, it's time to go ahead and feed our fish friends. The tank is looking really clear and clean since the other day. The other day we filled it up to the top, and then it got kind of murky because I overlooked the fact that next time I have to remove the filter, all the debris from the filter entered the water, and the goldfish actually really liked it though. The filter, people think all the brown sludge that occurs on the filter cartridge is poop. It's really not. It once was, but now it's silt, and silt could be debris from the plants. It could be really anything in there. And there was lots of slime growing in the filter, and I saw the goldfish picking at it. They were so excited. But I raised the water to the top. Everyone cleaned all the leaves on the plants, ate all the algae forming in there. They didn't get that part though, but they cleaned it up pretty well. All my feeder goldfish are getting quite big now, except the one we call the runt. He hasn't got really big at all. So the bigger ones, I bought a pair of those. They were $10 a piece, the bigger ones, which I'm assuming are a couple years old. And all the other ones were very teeny. They were, I only paid a couple bucks, and I got 15 of them. They're feeder fish. But nice and clean the water. The tadpole likes it. Our white sucker fish love it. Down below, look how clean this tank looks. Like I always say in my videos, it was brown algae. I just used this. It's how you clean the inside of the tank. You see the sidewall right there, where I didn't clean the brown algae. See how nasty it looked? I left the the algae over there because that's still food for the snails. They just can't keep up with how fast it's growing. And our crayfish, I interrupted his cave when I was cleaning in there to make sure he was still alive because I hadn't seen him in weeks. He just likes to hide from me, but he's in there. See him? Crayfish. This guy's not friendly at all. But when the weather gets warmer, because I'm afraid of them freezing in the mail or just dying because they're tropical, on Amazon I want to buy a 5-pack of dwarf crayfish. They only get an inch or 2, and I want to put them up there. And that should be big enough for 5 of the teeny little guys. And it's supposedly a breeding pair. You get 2 males and 3 females, I think it said in the listing. I don't think they'd be able to reproduce. I think the fish would honestly eat any of the babies. But when I was little, we had a really big crayfish we caught at a lake when I was a kid. It was literally the size of one of those bricks, its body mass. It was like a little lobster. It lived for like 10 years in an aquarium. We called it Lemmy-Winks, and it had a bunch of babies it took care of underneath its tail, but it ended up eating all its babies even though we fed it very well. But it's a cold day today. I just got a lot more firewood, so I pull all the super dry stuff out of my bin. I put it down right here. And now this stuff is pretty light, but possibly a little damp and cold, so that'll sit there for a couple days while we burn through this. Well, actually, that'll probably burn through by tomorrow morning. I drilled a bunch of holes in this because it creates currents going through it really slowly. Without that, it stayed very moist and damp in the bottom there. That's why I drilled all those holes. It's a good drying bin. We have a perfect window here. I used a lawnmower today, pulling a wagon. It was better than moving it myself. Didn't want to hurt my back moving all this firewood, and I fill the rack I have right outside the window. That holds a couple more times as much, so I don't have to move so much. But I'm not going to use the lawnmower for that ever again. It works really good. The lawnmower it's rated, it can pull 600 pounds of weight around the yard. So it can move that plus more in the wagon all at once if it's warm weather. But with the snow, it can't even pull half a wagon because it'll spin out. The tires on the lawnmower aren't made for that. If I ever need to get new tires for that, I've seen a lot of people in the country, they'll just put ATV tires on the lawnmower that fit it. In fact, the John Deere dealer actually sells ones with aggressive tires like that, but they charge an arm and a leg when you could just make the modification yourself instead of that. Believe it or not, they actually make lawnmowers that are 4-wheel drive with locking diffs, but those are I think those ones are actually designed to be able to put a snow plow and stuff on them too. But it actually did a little better than I thought, but I re-winterized it, took the battery back out of it because it would freeze in the middle of the winter if you're not using it. But I also did something I've seen people do a lot in the snow on. I see in YouTube shorts, people use the lawnmower as a snow blower, and people usually don't have a very good result from what I see, but I actually had a great result. It's so cold. Today's high temperature was like 10 Fahrenheit, and it was so fluffy. It just blew it off like a leaf blower. I rode it up and down the driveway a couple times, and it actually cleared 4 or 5 inches of snow without having to shovel it. Because I don't bring the snow blower out unless there's like at least half a foot. I just drive through it and pack it. Never had a problem there. But if you didn't see my last video, I did organization in the basement here. I got rid of that shelf and made the room look a lot bigger. I got rid of the trash cans that used to be under here, moved that shelf there, organized the tools, have a bunch of empty bins and drawers for more stuff. Put my table vise there that's been sitting in a box for the last 5 years. We returned the other rock tumbler, the one that had a multitude of issues with it before the 30-day return period was up. I only used it for 4 days, and it sat when I wasn't home for a couple weeks. But that was nice. And we also moved this shelf over here, the one that had the fish food, just a place to put all the rocks as we polish it. And the light switch is down in there. That wouldn't have worked, so I moved it up here and put a motion sensor. I now have it programmed. You walk out of the room, it shuts off after 5 minutes. Nice and convenient. I thought about actually, instead of putting it here, putting it up on the ceiling like that, but I don't think short guests would like that, because I'm 6'1" and I think I would just be able to maybe hit the button on my tippy toes. But interesting thought. That might actually be a good idea for the bathroom here. I had thought about putting a motion sensor right here, and I made jokes about when the frog grows up, every time it hops by it would turn the light on, and guests might think the house is haunted. But what I think I might end up doing is, so I can get to the wiring behind this wall. There's a utility room there that's behind my water heater. That's why I made this little door I could crawl through. So it'd be a job because of the aquariums even getting in there. But at some point it'd be nice so I don't have to reach behind the aquarium. It turns that light on, it turns that on, turns that on. We had different purposes when I wired all that. There was a desk here. So what I think I could do here is, if I rewired it, is get rid of the switch, put a GFCI there instead, and the GFCI I would link it over to this plug. It would protect that, and it would also protect the lights in the bathroom, and we would have no switch there at all. What I would do is, I'd put a junction box like this on the ceiling of the bathroom here, so when you walk in, these lights turn on. Then you walk back over in this area, then those lights would shut off if you're not over there at that time. I think I might take on that project and do that one on board. That junction box is only because I tapped into this light. That was the only thing in here. I like having a lot of light, so I added these 4. And over here in the bathroom, it originally had that when it was fully finished, with a bathtub and everything. And I tapped off of that for another 3 over the workbench. And then another 2 over here above the desk. So that's the reasoning behind it, but it doesn't exactly 100% make sense at this point anymore. So that might be the plan. And in order to do this, I would obviously shut the power off. I'd have to you'd find out what those little stubby screwdrivers are for, because I don't feel like moving the aquarium. That's how I would have to wire this, with a stubby screwdriver with the power off.
I can handle the grind, just not cooking. Factor change that. My life is always busy, and dinner's a struggle. I'm either ordering takeout or eating the same.
So that's what we would probably do here. Put a GFCI, and we would have to put some sort of sensor up on the ceiling there looking down. I think that's the way I would want to do that. But let's feed the fish. Let's give them some food. I like this goldfish food. It's a little more expensive, but it's more nutritious than the one right here that says it's supposed to keep your water clean. The fish also don't like that one either. That one smells bland like cereal. This one smells really meaty. So give them some food. The goal is to put enough in there where the goldfish all get some. And oftentimes I'll actually feed them in the middle of the night because the goldfish are pigs, and I want the snails and other stuff to get a chance to eat some of that. Everybody also loves shrimp pellets here. Down here was kind of funny. The other day I dropped a bunch of these shrimp pellets down in front of the crayfish, and when he was eating them, these other fish kept trying to grab his little pile.
I'll finish watching this later. I have too many things I gotta do tonight. It's time to do some work. So today I want to fix these these mini lights here so I can pack these up for next year. It's past Christmas now. We're into the first week of January, so I'm not going to put any more Christmas lights up. So we'll just get those fixed and packed away nicely, ready for next year. Let's make sure this is not full. No, it's not full. Okay. Okay, that's ready to operate. We're gonna need this. I'm gonna need this. I don't really need that right now. Okay. Today we're going to be attempting to repair 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, looks like 10 strings of vintage mini Christmas lights. I acquired these for the piece of the tag that has the numbers, not with us anymore, but these were $3 a reel, which was a very, very good deal. Most of these reels have 2 strings on them. These strings were from 1992, and very likely they were all purchased by the same person, used in the same household for many years. Unfortunately, they have fallen into various states of disrepair, so we're going to try to patch these back up together today. I think that these are 3.5 volt sets, which is a problem. We've kind of discussed this problem a little bit earlier in the year in a different video. The 3.5 volt bulbs that I have are the wrong amperage, and I've tried 4 or 5 different sets, including new old stock ones from the 2000s or the 90s, and they are all the wrong wattage. So I have not been able to source a good set of replacement bulbs for these strings, and I've asked a few other people, and nobody else really has an answer. So, what Kevin suggested, which I think is a very good idea, is we're going to use 1 string for the bulbs, and we'll relamp it, because I don't like the concept of buying a new string, throwing it out just to take the bulbs. I think that's a horrible model, but unfortunately, economically speaking, that's the only thing that makes sense anymore. Because buying the replacement bulbs is literally 10 plus times the cost of buying a string and just taking out the bulbs. I hate throwing out a modern day string because it's just a waste of materials, but I just will not throw out one of these strings. So what Kevin suggested was to take all the bulbs out, relamp one string with new bulbs, and then use these bulbs to fix the others. So nothing goes to waste, and the majority of the strings can have the original vintage bulbs. So that's what we're going to do. So let's start with this one here. And I want to take all these off of these reels so I can use these reels for extension cords instead, because they have a key slot for mounting on the wall. So I think these are going to be very useful in the garage for hanging extension cords. I'm not 100% certain, and again, neither is anybody else, but I believe that these are Frank's lights. They have those very short, very easily distinguished bulbs, and the lamp lock. These are very good quality lights, and they're very reliable, which is part of why I'm surprised that so many of these are in a state of disrepair. So this one is actually working. That's funny. It makes a fool out of me. But we do need some spare bulbs. We have 3 bulbs that are out on this. Four bulbs that are out. 3 bulbs that are out. Okay. These don't look particularly high hours. There is some fading to the blue bulbs, but nothing really major. I don't know how many times these were used over the years, perhaps not all that many. Well, this set is in pretty decent condition, so I think I really need to spend the time to put the little plastic things on there that would hold these in place. I think we're not going to take the bulbs from this set. I want to take the bulbs from the worst set that already has the most failures. I just think that makes sense. So let's wrap this one up. And I'm going to do it while it's on in case it breaks. You know, I don't like the way that that's going together. I'm going to put them in bags instead. This is what my grandfather does. He just puts them in bags, and I think I'm going to do the same thing. If you kind of feed it in a certain way and then take it out the same way, it usually doesn't tangle up. These are such nice lights. They look so much nicer than the ones you can buy today. Unfortunately, we're going to lose that aesthetic with the one that we relamp with the newer bulbs, but at least it allows us to preserve the aesthetic and the other 9 or however many there were. I think we said there were 10. Alright, so there's one set. These are not end-to-end connected. Probably just put maybe 2 sets per bag. Whoever put these on these reels did some really annoying things with the wires that should just not be done. This is all like convoluted and this is not good. I think that these wraps are not really the best kind to use because it puts a bend. You can see the memory it has now. It puts a bend in the wire that's very harsh. And you're going to notice that when you're trying to put it on a wall or something, put it on a door frame, you're going to see these bends. And this is kind of a tight wrap, and that might be part of why so many of these are in disrepair. That's a very loose way to store them, and that's better for the set. Okay, ironically, this one is also working properly. And this one looks like there's actually no bulbs burned out. 2. Okay, so not bad. This has a white bulb in it, so there's been some replacing done. I don't think it would have come with white natively. Alright, so this one is also good. So let's put this into the bag here. And what I'm going to do so that this will come out in an orderly fashion is I'm going to put this around here like this so that it pulls out as a continuous set. This is how I store the wires. I store the lights for the tree upstairs. Of course, that's in a big box, not a little bag, but it works very good. I've never had an issue with the upstairs lights getting tangled. We might be able to put 3 strings in there. You see how tight this is? I don't like this. This is very, very tight here. I can't even move this at all. These are wrapped way too tight, and I do want to bet that's why a lot of these are not working. You can imagine the amount of abuse that these went through trying to put these on here, and the amount of abuse that they're taking right now trying to get them off. I don't like this storage method at all. These are fine for extension cords and so forth, but I would absolutely not use these with Christmas lights. Now look at this. Look at the bends in this cord now. This is terrible. This is no way to treat vintage Christmas lights. It looks like a stinking triangle now. Okay, so far this is just making a total fool out of me. Each and every one of these strings has worked. Let's do the same thing with this one. These all seem to have just a couple of bulbs burned out so far. We can probably put one more in there even. Okay, here's a string that doesn't work. So our first, oh, there we go, it's working now. Yeah, see, I bet that got broken when it was wrapped around there too tight. Highly suspect that's what was happening there. This will probably be the last one for this bag. It's a shame these aren't end-to-end connecting sets, because that does limit what I would use them for, but we'll find something to do with these. These are beautiful lights. Okay, so there's one bag. Contents, Christmas lights. This has got a few bulbs burned out as well, but it too is working. I really thought we had tested like 3 or 4 of these and they didn't work, but now they're all working. These older lights were definitely more reliable, especially these ones with the lamp lock. Broken. Let's see if it starts working as I take it off of here. I would not be surprised. Nope. It did not start working. So let's just make sure we got power going into the side. I don't even think these are fused. No, they are fused. Where is the fuse though? Huh. I don't even know how you would change the fuse on that. Okay, so we don't have a fuse problem. Typical. So our first method of attack is the dark Dicscarder basic. Sometimes when this doesn't solve the problem right away, you'll see like some sparking somewhere. I don't even see that. Got this a little too stuck in there. Well, maybe this will be the string that we take for the bulbs then, and we'll just relamp this string. All right, let's try a different spot. Would kind of like to fix the string that we use for the bulbs, even though, because I want to make sure the bulbs are good. All right, whatever's wrong with this, it's not going to be fixed with that. So we're going to have to go old school and check it manually using a non-contact voltage detector. What we're going to do is we're going to take the first bulb here. We want to make sure the plug is oriented such that the power is coming here. This be the high side. It's not, so we're going to reverse the plug around. Now that's the high side. So let's move down. Let's go maybe, I don't know, 10 lights down. Split this apart. Let's see if there's power. Nope. There's not power anymore. So our problem is somewhere between here and here. Let's take a look here. Nothing. Okay, that's not our problem. There's no power there. But there's power here, so that's kind of behaving like there's a break in this wire somewhere. That's a very unusual failure mode if that's the case. Oh. Wait a minute. This is not as straightforward as I thought it was. Because the wire that comes out of this socket is skipping this bulb. How the heck does this work then? Is it two circuits? Well, that's weird. So it seems like every other bulb is... Why would it be done like that? So what it seems like is every other bulb is on one side of the wire. Like normally you'd have the wire coming in and the wire going back. The wire coming in picks up all these bulbs and then the wire just goes back. But it seems like on this string, which is a very odd design, the wire coming in grabs this bulb, this bulb, this bulb, this bulb, etc. And then the wire going back grabs this bulb, this bulb, this bulb, and this bulb, etc. So the troubleshooting for this becomes kind of complicated because it's no longer a basic series string. So... well, it is a series string, but it's not a simple loop. So we have to check not every bulb, but every other bulb for an issue. So we know that bulb is passing power. That bulb is passing the power. That bulb is passing the power. Hello? Stay with us here. Yeah, wire don't look too good right there. I bet that stupid squirrel might be chewing it or something like that. I guess it's like that because it's not a, there's no plug on the end, there's no pass-through, so it's designed this way, maybe to save wire length, I don't know. Well, now we're going to check the opposite side on the way back. Skip ahead a few. Okay, here's the break in the circuit. So you see we have power on this side, the power is flowing this way. We have power on this side, but not on this side. So there's something wrong here, either with the bulb, or with the contacts, or with the wiring. It's going to be with the bulb. You can see the bulb only has one lead. That is not going to work, and that's why the Light Keeper, or the Basic Pro, whatever the heck it's called, Dark Discarder Basic, was not able to fix this because there's nothing for it to fix. The wire is just gone. So now the problem is, oh, I might be able to fix this. This looks like a user error problem. Looks like somebody put this in wrong. Huh. You'd think someone that knows how to at least attempted to repair the light set would know better than that. No, the power is still not flowing though. So now it seems like it broke somewhere further up the circuit. There might be multiple problems, that's a possibility. Okay, we got another problem here. Okay, we fixed it. I don't know what is wrong with that bulb. It's burnt out, but we fixed this. That was a very strange problem. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that. That was not working because somebody inserted the bulb incorrectly. We got very lucky on that one. We were able to fix it without needing a spare bulb. I wish I took note of which bulb that was to see if it actually is working or not. Alright, so this set is good to go. It needs a few spare bulbs like all the other ones, but it's working. You know what might have happened? Maybe we thought they were half out, but there's really 2 strings on here. That's conceivable. That's kind of cool how all the bulbs are in the same... the same colors are in the same spot on the reel. Alright, so this one might not be broken either. Hopefully it's not. Okay, it looks good. I only see one bulb out on this one. Oh, these are so nostalgic. What nice lights. I remember using ones like this at my grandparents' house back in the 2000s. I'm sure those strings are probably still around. And I'm sure we're going to get the keyboard warriors that come in here and, you know, allegedly have a doctorate in Christmas light storage and say, "Oh no, that's the wrong way to do it." Well, I've been doing it this way for a long time. I've been doing massive displays for over a decade. I've stored a lot of Christmas lights over the years. This is the best way to do it. Don't like it? Store it a different way yourself. I don't have to tell you, this is the way I'm doing it. I have very good results with it. It's good for the lights, it's good for the wires. Every time you move these filaments around and the lights hit this as you're putting it on, it's not good for the filaments. Alright, this one works too. Only one burnt out bulb. I don't know why we thought these were all busted. Contents. Vintage Christmas lights. Now I feel like these are all going to work. Okay, this is not working. Alright, so let's see what's up with this one. Let's check to make sure there's power coming in first. Okay, both sides are good. So it's not a fuse issue, and no surprise there. Pretty much never is. I think that the contacts is a little bit too small for this to fit nicely. Okay, that fixed it. I can't get it out. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got 5 bulbs out on this one. So this might be the one that we should take for spares. That's the worst of the ones we've tested so far. Okay, so that's that. We're not going to need any more bags. Let's put this back. Okay, this one is not working either. I guess these must have been the ones that we tested. Amazing tool. This is an excellent tool. If you use incandescent Christmas lights, you need this tool. It's fantastic. Indispensable tool. This has saved me hours and hours every year. Oh gosh. I wish these fit in here a little better. This is really dodgy. I'm trying to get this out of here. I don't want to cut the wire. Okay. This bulb was burned out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Hey, we have a new runner-up. This is the worst of the strings that we've got. So I think we'll take this one for spare bulbs. We'll relamp this with new bulbs. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 bulbs out. So let's make a note here. So this one, I will put this on here, and this one, I'm not going to do it today because I don't feel like it and I have other things to do. I can do this when I'll do this maybe when I'm doing the Christmas cancel out perhaps. Or maybe it'll be a, something we do at the beginning of next year. But I'll put that on there so we know that this one we will use for spares. So there you go. Christmas lights are, what, 35 years old almost? 92, we're in 2026 at this point. So these Christmas lights are over 3 decades old, and 8 out of 10 strings worked perfectly, and 2 of them which had minor issues that were pretty easy to solve, and all of the strings have just a couple bulbs burnt out. So now granted, we don't know how long these have been used for, but chances are good these were used for quite a few years. Although I don't agree with the storage method, it's fairly obvious that these came from a household where they were taken decent care of. How many lights are on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. What? So these are strings of 50 then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, they're strings of 50. So we don't have the 3.5 volt bulb issue that I thought we did. I can relamp these with just the Home Accents Holidays, but you still won't have the right color and you still won't have the right physical bulb size. So I'm still going to do the, take these bulbs as spares and then relamp this so that it's at least uniform. Because when you put those bulbs inside here, you can really tell it doesn't match the rest of the set. Uh-oh. Not good, not good. Where did that come from? Right here. Gotta get that lamp lock in place. Okay, so those are all set now. Those have been processed. That was, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, that was $18 worth of Christmas lights, and we got about 10 perfectly good strings of early 90s lights. That's a very good deal. Really, really good deal. Plus, these are probably worth at least $3 a piece alone. And these are potentially older too. They don't feel super cheap. But I think what I'll do is I'll reuse these for extension cords. And with this keyhole thing, we should be able to put an extension cord on here and then hook it on the wall, and I'll save space from a shelf or something like that. So this is an excellent value. All of this stuff will go to use. Those will go to use this year for putting away the extension cords, and those will go to use next year in the display. Okay, that's a wrap on that. That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I was partially expecting to spend a couple hours down here fighting with that, but that was easy. It really is amazing how much more reliable the older strings are than the newer ones. Highly doubt any of the ones sold today will be working in 35 something years from now. Alright, where can I put those for now? Just to, I'll put them on the other side of the room. Doesn't make sense to tear everything apart right now to get to an appropriate box. I just put them over here for now. Oh, they might fall. I'll throw them in here. They'll be safe in there. There's a very simple solution to this problem. I always like to get the Christmas lights as close to ceiling fans as possible. That's pretty good. Alright. These I'll move out into the garage, and those should really come in handy. And it's going to save a lot of space for Christmas light storage. I mean, not for Christmas light storage, for extension cord storage. I have to do something else on the computer here. It'll only take a few minutes, then we're going to record a few more videos. This computer is not working. Sometimes it does this, and it just requires the power cord to be plugged and then replugged. Okay, it's unplugged. Now it's replugged. Perfect. Now it's gonna work. I have no idea why it's like that. But as long as it keeps working, mostly it stays. And it's still mostly working. We're gonna push Windows 7 so that it'll get hacked and get a Verser, because it's allegedly out of support, whatever the heck that means. As if it makes any difference anyways, because the support quality for Microsoft has always been atrocious in the times that I've worked in the computer industry. I'm gonna have to adjust this. It's getting a little bit, heat's too concentrated over here. Can we adjust the register up? Yeah, that works. Here is a Philips LED light bulb. This came to me in a vintage. Is a Philips 7. Watts, 2700K light bulb, rated for 800 lumens. Some of these bulbs are so bad if you're watching on the got a pretty good range, regarded as among the best. Production, because almost every time I find a bulb that I don't see flicker, it doesn't feel. Okay, I'm done working on the computer for now. So what I want to do next is I gotta put this back to the like that. I want to test this document camera. So we'll need the testing computer screen, and this has DVI out. I think this has DVI as well. It does. It also says HDMI. So I gotta go see what I need the power cord for this. Probably need a new power thing in this camera. Yeah, the battery's almost out. So I need the power cord for the document camera. I need a new battery for the camera, and then I want to see if I have a DVI to HDMI cord. Because if this works for what I want it to be used for, then that's ultimately how we're going to use it, would be DVI to HDMI. I did get a cable. So this, it says HDMI to DVI, but it also said it was bi-directional. That could be a lie, I don't know. We're gonna find out. Está en español solamente. No hay inglés. I don't like that it says HDMI to DVI. Well, we'll find out if it works or not. And here, this is the power cord that we need, I think. I think this is the power cord. Alright, so we'll test with the DVI cord first, because I feel like that has the best chance of working, because the cord is just correct. And then if we can prove that it works with the DVI cord, then we will try to see if it works with that other cord. No, don't worry about cleaning it up right now, because I don't even know if it works. I want you to see the secret password to my camera. Here is a document camera. This is how I edit videos. I really don't do much video editing. It is a Samsung I can't do the whole video, we're never going to get through anything. It's the Samsung SDP-860 Dusty document camera. I don't know if this works or not. I don't know if it's going to work the way I want it to. nor do I know if it's going to be a valuable tool to add to our recording toolbox here, but we're going to try to find out today. Oh, rats. You know, for some reason this stops auto-focusing sometimes. It's very annoying. I'm just going to start over again. Here is a document camera. It is a Samsung SDP-860 Dusty document camera. It has 6x. I suspect that's optical zoom. Appears to have a light under there for illuminating the documents. Gotta get this cleaned up. It's a lot cleaner than it was, though, that's for sure. We still got a ways to go. I'm not sure if this document camera works or not. This will be our initial test here. I'm also not sure if this unit is going to be a beneficial addition to add to my recording toolbox or not. So there's two questions we have to answer here. Number one is, will it give us a nice close-up picture of working on something at the bench, something small? Because it would be a lot easier to have this as opposed to putting the camera in front of the, put the tripod there where I'm trying to work, and then it gets kicked all the time and this, that, and the other. And then if we determine that it does take a good picture and video, then we have to find out how to put it into the computer. And that's a whole separate mess that I don't know how to do just yet. I have some ideas. I did order a piece of equipment that might work, but I really have no idea just yet. So for now, we're just going to test it with a monitor. And here's the power supply. It is the Samsung switching adapter model DSA-60W-12112048. It outputs 12 volts at 4 the amps. This has a couple different outputs. It has USB, I'm not sure what that's for, maybe for some kind of remote control. It has DVI output, VGA output, DC input, and VGA input. So I don't know if this could pass through like a signal for a projector or something like that. On the side, it does have an SD card port as well as audio in and out. So it can record natively to an SD card, which is an option for recording. And I don't know what that is. That might be also some kind of remote control thing. I don't really want to record into the SD card because I just feel like there's not a good way to like see what's on in the frame. Like I would always have to have a monitor set up to be able to see what's in the frame, and then at that point I might as well just record it into the computer because I already have to have a monitor hooked up anyways. So I don't think that the SD card thing is worth bothering with, but it's interesting that it has the functionality. Okay, so let's get someday I'll get the power cord open here. I don't like how loose that fits. It's a little concerning. Okay, it's plugged in now. I don't know if this thing is going to work because it sounds like there's some problems in there. Well, we've got a power light on there. It's not a very bright one, but it is there. Might have just heard some auto-focusing apparatus, perhaps. So let's get our computer screen, or I guess in this case the camera screen, hooked up and see if it is capturing any images. This is really dilapidated, but oh well. Okay, so we got that. Funny enough, this appears to be working properly. Sometimes they have the lines on the end of the screen. That's why I use it for testing, because I could plug it into something that we don't know if it works, and if it breaks, it breaks. Well, the picture quality is atrocious, but it does appear to be working. The picture quality is all green. I don't know if that's a function of the cable, or this monitor, or the thing just stinks. I know VGA can kind of get the coloring messed up. Yeah, let's connect the VGA and see what it does. Well, that's good. At least we know it kind of works, so we're getting somewhere. Let's put it on VGA. That's the other reason why I like to use this monitor for testing, because it has so many inputs. Okay, the image quality looks identical, so we'll go back to DVI, because that's what we're going to be using it with. Oh, that's not true. This is what we'd be using it with, because I think what I would do is I would feed this into a capture card, I think is what we have to do. So let's plug this into the HDMI port here. Now this cable, when I bought it on the computer, it seemed to advertise it being as bidirectional. But now the box says HDMI to DVI, which to me implies that it is not bidirectional and actually goes the wrong direction. But let's see what happens. HDMI. Oh, it works. Okay, good. So let's cancel these other cables out of the picture here, because we're not going to be using them in the final setup. I don't think there's any DVI capture cards. Now, funny enough, on the camera it looks pretty reasonable, but in person it looks horrible. It's very greenish. So let's see if there's any kind of image adjustments to it. Maybe I'll put this over here like this, perhaps. Oh, I see what the problem is, or one of the problems anyways. This should be like this. This is how you would normally... This is how you would normally orientate it. Alright, so let's see here. Let me get some things to put on the table. I'll use a calculator and some bulbs and a telephone. So that is just a horrible image, at least in my opinion. It's funny how it looks clear on the camera screen, but it looks awful in person. Alright, so let's see if we can adjust it, because this is not really video worthy quality. It does have white balance, so you know, maybe if I get some of the dust off of here, I can actually see what the buttons do, and maybe I'll show you what I'm doing like this. So we have autofocus. Does it zoom in and out? Manual focus. This looks like it should turn. Yeah, it says 6x zoom. It has to zoom. But how does it zoom? There we go. Okay, so we can definitely get some very good detail on stuff that we're working on. You know, if we were doing like some soldering or something on a circuit board. That's pretty clear too. I think this is a 1080 monitor. That's pretty reasonable quality. But as we've discussed before, you know, a properly orientated image is better than a high-resolution image, or a properly orientated lower resolution is better than a high-quality image in the wrong spot. So this might be better in that sense. I want to see if we can adjust the I think the brightness is a little bit too high now. We gotta zoom this thing out. Oh, there's different resolutions. Okay. So it is 1080p. I think we'll leave it there. That's fine. 1080p. It does not have a very good wide angle, because I mean, this calculator, which is not even a foot long, is filling up the entire image. So we would have to use this a fair bit off the table, which is fine. We can do that. We can just get something to put it on. We can get a stool, for instance, and have a little freak show here, and then we can put it up like that, and now we have much wider angle to work with. We got to reorientate the picture. That's the picture is just totally wrong here. I don't understand how to change the autofocus. I mean the auto white balance, because it says auto white balance right here. But then it says manual focus MF/AWB key to exit. That's manually focusing. How do I white balance? That's brightness. Brightness is not the same as white balance. So this is kind of, this is a user error here, but this is not intuitive, at least not to me. Image adjustment, white balance. Okay, that's a lot better already. Manual white balance. Okay, that key is a piece of crap. It doesn't do anything of value. This auto white balance seems pretty reasonable. What is DNR? Okay, that's what we wanted. Oh, it doesn't have... I was wondering if we could like put it this way and then get a better view of the table, but that's, I guess I wouldn't, that's probably a limitation of the image sensor. Okay, well anyways, that's corrected now. Okay, so let's get out of here. Is there a way to adjust the brightness easily? Yes, there is, because right now that's way too much. We gotta tone it down a little bit. Alright, so I do think that this has potential to be useful here for certain types of work. Because this would give a much better view of certain projects, and it would certainly be a lot easier to record for me, not having to have the tripod in front of my working space, you know, just getting kicked all the time and causing a freak show. It focuses very good, and this is easy enough to adjust pretty easily. That's good. Yeah, that's a pretty decent picture. Now there is a light on here. There we go, there's a lamp. I'm not sure that makes anything any better though. We already have pretty good lighting. It's a very bluish light. It's a stinking DEO probably. Yeah, it's better without that stupid light. So it is going to require some finagling with the brightness, but the focus is very good. It's quick. The zoom is decent. I think this will be useful. I happen to think this is going to be very useful actually. Because if I was, so let's say I was going to fix this cordless phone, no, we have to work out the image quality because there's definitely a glare there. It's got a harshness to it where it's reflecting the light. But you know, actually, if I look at it from the top, like where the camera's looking at it from, I can see why it's exposing that way. So it's worth keeping in mind that we are using this in a way it's not intended to be used. So there might be some finagling we have to do. Let's reset the white balance again. We're going to have to work out something a little different for the lighting because this ends up being a bit too harsh. Maybe just a basic incandescent lamp there would be better. But I think where this is really going to work is, you know, let's say I'm working on this phone, for instance, it's a million times easier for me to you know, start working on this like this, and I can get a good clear picture of the screws and the small parts. We can zoom in and get really good detailed pictures of certain parts of the equipment, and we don't have to worry about blocking the tripod or getting in the way of where I'm standing, kicking the tripod, things like that. And this line here on the display is not the camera, that's the display's busted. Alright, so I think that this offers some potential. We do have to work out a better lighting setup for silvery stuff. It's got quite the glare. That looks pretty clear like that. Yeah, the focus is really good on this. It's accurate and it's quick. With a ghosting on the image there. So the use cases for this are definitely going to be specialized, but I do think that it's going to have a use case. I think it's going to be very helpful in some situations, and I am going to pursue trying to figure out how to connect this to the computer to record video. Okay, so we're done with this testing display now. I did buy a capture card, which I think that we're going to be able to use with this, so I'm going to get that. I'm going to get a computer and see if we can get this to record some video. And I guess I'll have to, let's see, we're going to need a microphone for the computer input. So I guess I'll borrow the one from the camera. So this video is now going to experience a drop in audio quality because I'm going to use the microphones for the testing of this, because it needs to be able to record audio. Okay, that we don't need that anymore because we're going to keep the cable. Here's the capture card. Unleash your camera. I hope this isn't a piece of junk. This was kind of expensive. It's got very high specs for the processor. Okay, let me go get the computer that we're going to use. Alright, the audio quality might have just tanked. That's because I am using the onboard microphone now. I'll put it back once we're done with the video, but I need this for this video now. I guess we should on the computer and get this logged in. Okay, the computer is all set. I think that this stupid singular port functions as both audio in and audio out, so that should be okay. Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. Hello viewers, today we're going to be attempting to use a Camlink capture card with this Samsung document camera. So we'll begin by trying to set up the Camlink 4K capture the card. That's a great example of why you shouldn't cut towards yourself. Let's take it out of the box. Okay, here is the capture card itself. And it comes with a USB to USB-C adapter, which we're not going to need because, at least not in this particular case, because this computer have regular USB 3 port. So that should just plug right in there. Let's see here. It implies we have to download something, which I kind of figured might be the case. So I've got the network thing here. If we need it, I guess I'll have to plug that in now. I was hoping that this would just be a local operation, but hopefully this is just an initial thing. Okay, we've got a network connection now. I'm not sure what that is. Could this have been any smaller? This doesn't even tell you how to use it. This is just these don't even seem like instructions intended for this. This is talking about battery operation and choking hazards. This is just like a general thing. Oh no, this does not come with any instruction at all. I don't want to use that capture software. I want to use iMovies or OSB. I don't want to use their stinking proprietary capture cards, captureware, whatever the heck it is. Well, I guess let's just see what happens if I plug it in. It did flash, so it seems to indicate that something is going on. We'll put iMovie on the screen and see if it works. I guess this computer's kind of slow. So sometimes you would get an option here if this is to work. This quite possibly just might not have the iMovies might not have the capability to do what I'm trying to do. So this may not even work, I don't know. Might have to use OSB. Yeah, it's not bringing up the capture card. Alright, well, I don't even know if this has a web browser on it. I only use this for video editing. Actually, this is only the backup. I've set this up and I've only used it a handful of times because this is really just for backup editing or when I really don't feel like sitting in the media room to do the editing. It has this trashy browser on here. What is the website? Okay, let's see here. Go away. It is a capture. It's not any of that trash. It's under cameras. It works out of the box. box with OSB. Then we'll just get that. Hopefully it installs in this dumb computer. If I knew he was using this, I would have grabbed a different computer. I hate the way this computer clicks. What a horrible setup this is. The old one was so much better. Okay, here we go. Open. Ugh. This stupid Mac system has turned into such a sloppy disaster. It was never like this years ago. You just can't get anything to work on this. There's like a million pop-ups and all this trash. The Mac used to be so simple and easy to use. Needed in order to capture content from a web. Okay. I feel like it's not working. I don't think this is working. Even though it is checked, I still don't feel like it's working. We're only gonna recording. Yeah, what 1920, we want to use 60. I have a more powerful Windows laptop if this doesn't work. If it's not powerful enough. This computer is getting pretty old. Yeah, that's not ideal. It's going to output only 60p. Oh man, that would be a tiny picture. It's only going to output 720p at 60. I would rather it do 1080 at 30, because the videos I'm going to film with this really don't require we'll just use 30. That's fine. We don't need anything more than that, because you just don't need that much motion when you're doing a telephone repair or something. It just doesn't need to be in 60 frames per second. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. So now I guess it's just using some microphone in the computer. We don't want that. We want it to use this microphone. Oh, that's cool. It doesn't fit. Okay. I wonder if that's going to be a problem on the other computer too. It might be. I don't know why these use these dumb glossy screens. The glare is ridiculous. Okay, I guess I'll put this in here because we're going to use that. And I'm going to shut this because I don't like that browser anyways. No. Okay, so let's add a source here. Capture card device. Okay. There it is. And we need... I don't know what this means. We'll just try this one. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this isn't working in the slightest, and I'm not surprised. I'm not sure if that's because of the computer or because I'm not doing this properly. Ah, there we go. I wasn't doing it properly. Okay, so now we have a picture. What I wonder what audio this is filming from. Does it take this by default? Let's see. That's the microphone for the video. This should be... Yeah, it's not recording from this microphone, so this is wrong. Line in. This does not have line in. That's stupid. You know, I vaguely recall this being a problem specific to the stupid Mac. I think I've had to do this on Windows and it works properly with the line in. Input. It just like ignores the fact that I want to use a microphone. It would be convenient to record in here because then I can just do the editing on the same computer, but this, if it doesn't take audio input, then this is not helpful. And this I don't think has a... It does not have an audio spot on it. That's so stupid. Is that only output? It doesn't it doesn't do input? That is so dumb. That is so dumb. It just doesn't take audio in. I wonder if I have to use an external sound card. And grab the sound card from the computer in the computer room here. And let's see if that will make it work. It might. So this is a USB sound card. Let's see if I can use this. This has audio in and audio out. Let's see if I can use this to make it work. Dumb piece of junk. I'll probably just end up using a different computer and capturing the video, moving it over. Here's a USB sound card. Let's try using this USB sound card to see if this will recognize a line input. Okay, so now it's recognizing the input. So let's see if does this refresh immediately, or do we have to shut this and then redo it? Wish I could just like disable this piece of garbage internal microphone. I don't want that trash. The heck would. It sounds like garbage. You might as well listen to leaves crinkling in a trash can. Okay, so now it is recording audio from this microphone. Good. So it seems like the level might be a little hot. We'll tone it down just a little bit. We want it to kind of hover in the yellow, high end of the yellow there. Okay, so I think at this point this is pretty much ready to record a video from this document camera. So let's go ahead and do just that. Ah! This is a test video of this document camera. The setup is kind of clunky. I suppose if this really works well, maybe I should just set up a dedicated desktop camera, or rather a desktop computer. You can hang a computer screen on the wall or something. So we'll adjust the brightness a little bit, make it a little brighter. Oh no, the brightness is too high now. We'll lower it back down. Zooming in a little bit. Home. Now it's too dark. That's a pretty decent picture, I think. I can hear the computer's fans ramping up, so this is definitely using up a lot of the CPU here. Let's open the activity monitor. See what this is doing. It's only about half on the CPU. Maybe it's a lot of load on the GPU. I don't know how this version of the program processes. Let's do a brightness reduction here. It definitely requires some manual finagling, but for something like this, I mean, it's going to be a largely like a static image. You know, I'm going to be working on this for several minutes, and it's not going to require constant adjustment like the regular camera would if I'm moving around the room. Okay, let's conclude this test. Okay, the recording is completed. So now I got to figure out where did it save that recording to. Yes, even like right now, the camera, it's so in the way. What is the output? It saves to movies. Here's the movie. Ah! Nope, it's definitely working. This is a test video of this document camera. The setup is kind of clunky. I suppose if this really works well, maybe I should just set up a dedicated desktop camera, or rather a desktop computer. You can hang a computer screen on the wall or something. So we'll adjust the brightness a little bit, make it a little brighter. Okay, so there's our first problem. The brightness thing comes on the screen, and I'd prefer it to not do that. I wonder if we can change this to not display that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a setting. So let me go back over here, and just so we can get a preview. This is, let me put something under there. Should never use computer on a soft surface like this. Wow, that was pretty bad. Let me see if I can get a setting on here to adjust the that setting. If it is a setting, I don't know. Let's see. I mean, it's not the end of the world if it does that, but I wonder if this is it. Hide when movie record. So it might only be able to stop that from showing up when this is recording the movie on itself, not when I'm recording it externally. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to change that. Oh well. Not a catastrophe. I don't think that wrecks it. I prefer it not be there, but I don't think that wrecks it at all. Now let's finish playing this. Oh no, the brightness is too high now. We'll lower it back down. Zooming in a little bit. Home. Now it's too dark. That's a pretty decent picture, I think. Yeah, that's not bad. I can hear the computer's fans ramping up, so this is definitely using up a lot of the CPU here. Let's open the activity monitor, see what this is doing. It's only about half on the CPU. Maybe it's a lot of load on the GPU. I don't know how this version of the program processes. Let's do a brightness reduction here. It definitely requires some manual finagling, but for something like this, I mean, it's going to be a largely like a static image. You know, I'm going to be working on this for several minutes, and it's not going to require constant adjustment like the regular camera would if I'm moving around the room. Okay, let's conclude this test. Okay, so that's working. And what I'll do when I'm editing this video is I'll insert that clip now so that you have a line level sample of what that looks like. Okay, I am pretty happy with that. It seems to take a decent enough picture. It should be fairly easy to operate now that it's all set up. And I don't like that we have to have the sound card here, because now I got to keep getting that from the other computer, but I don't think that we're going to be using this all that often. I think it's going to be kind of an isolated use case. But it does work, so I will definitely be adding this to my my toolbox of recording equipment, and there are some videos, I already have one in mind, actually two in mind, where I think this is going to work out very nicely. Okay, great. Glad to know that that works. I'll switch back to, I'll put this back to the camera now. Figured I'll stop it anyways because I need to adjust the audio level regardless. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Before we put this away, I want to test something else, and that is recording from the iPad. Let me go get that. Now this is a much more isolated use case, but I have some old programs on here which I want to record before this thing breaks and is just totally unusable. And so I have this, which will put display output to HDMI. So I wonder if we could record this. I guess I don't really have a good solution for the audio though. I don't know if this puts the audio out through here or not. This is, for instance, one of the things I want to record. This is an old, very old game from 2008. Okay, it does seem to be putting the audio through there. It's a miracle these tripods and cameras are not broken by now with how many times I kick them throughout the day. Of course, it's stupid Verticam, but that's to be expected, I guess. So now we gotta go to settings and see if we grab audio from this. There is sound. Might be a little bit too hot. Okay. Yep, there it is. So let's see if I record this. Does it record properly? Okay, so that's enough to get a sample here. Stop the recording. Yeah, that seems to work pretty good. Okay, so that's good. So this whatever this thing is called, this solves two problems. It solves this, now I can make those videos that I wanted to make, and it solves that, so now I can use that to make videos. So this is good. It was kind of expensive, but I think that was a good purchase because it's working for multiple things. Okay, let's get this stuff cleaned up, and then I want to make one more video tonight, and then we're going to close the studio, and I might make some more video upstairs. See how the night progresses. This is great. I'm very happy with this capture card. It's easy to use, and it seems to deliver good results. So that's just not helpful. That's not necessary anymore. I guess I'll keep this. Oh, I need this upstairs. This has to go back upstairs. I'll just put this in my pocket. Actually, this has to go upstairs as well, so we'll put that with that. That can stay down here. This collator can go over here. You know what? Maybe I'll make 2 more videos tonight, because I can show video of this, then I can show video of those candelabras, and then I can put both of these things away. Okay, let's actually, I'm probably going to edit in the living room tonight, so I might actually use this, ironically enough. It takes a lot longer to save the videos on this computer than it does the main editing computer, but that's fine. I'm not really in any kind of rush tonight. Can run all night if it has to. That's fine. Okay, so this was a success. Now I gotta find somewhere to store this down here. I should probably get a Velcro strap for this. I guess that's fine too. I probably should clean this up too if I'm going to actually use it. Okay. That gives me enough space to work with. So we didn't actually need to download anything for that. Good. Didn't want to. Is this the frosting? Yeah, that's why it's making all that noise. Okay, so first, really? Stupid was that? First, we're going to record these, because that's kind of a prerequisite for those, because I need that to show those. Five light candelier, two five light candeliers from the Habitat with horrible customer service. These were marked as $5 at the Habitat. This is not the Habitat near me. This is the one near Kevin. And there was a whole plethora of these things on the shelf. And I really only have one window here where that's not accurate. Okay, this is going to be multiple takes on this one. 5 light candoliers from Habitat with horrible customer service. I guess I'll have to do a blooper reels on this one. Oh man. 2 5 light candoliers from the Habitat with a horrible customer service story. 2 5 light candoliers from the Habitat with a horrible 5 light candoliers from the Habitat with a horrible customer service experience. I picked up these 2 candoliers from the Habitat, not the one near here, is the one near Kevin. And I wasn't going to get any of them because they was marked at $5. There was a whole bunch of them on the shelf. There was a use case I had in mind for these. I currently have three candoliers in the computer room, and I do have 1 5 candelier on hand already, and I think what I might do next year is put the 5 candelier in the center window and then the 3 on the sides. I kind of wanted to put 5 and have 15 candles in total, which would be kind of cool, but it wasn't really worth $10 at this particular point in life, especially because I wouldn't be surprised if I could come across one of these for $1 at a tag sale at some point this year, like I did in the other one. So I was looking at these 5 light candeliers on the shelf, and there was a lady at the Habitat. I don't know if she works there or she volunteers there or what her deal is, but she saw us looking at this stuff and she says, "Oh, all the Christmas decoration is half off." And that was a pretty believable story because it was just a couple days before Christmas and I could see the Habitat wanting to clear out its floor space from that type of thing. So I said, okay, well, for $2.50, I'll take 2 candeliers because that's a pretty good price. So I pick up the 2 candeliers, and there was also some boxes of C9 replacement bulbs, and Kevin grabbed a couple of those for half the price. And this lady was strange. She was just saying some weird stuff to seemingly nobody. She was telling something to somebody, but there was nobody in sight, and she kept saying weird stuff to us about the prices. I don't know. Something was weird about her. Something was off with her. So we go to the register, and the guy's ringing up the stuff, and I look at the document, and everything is full price. And I said, well, is this stuff supposed to be half price according to the lady that was working over there by the Christmas stuff? And the guy says to me, nope, nothing's half off. And I says to myself, oh great, here we go. So there was 2 routes I could have taken. The first route is just ignore it and just go home and eat the $5 that I spent, that I wasn't expecting to spend, because it should have been only $5 for one unit because it was half off, but it was $10 for both because it inherently wasn't. Or I could have stirred the pot and said, well, that's not what this other person said. And and from a customer service perspective, assuming that this other lady actually worked there and wasn't just some random nutcase that was shopping in the store, then the store has the obligation, again, by correct customer service standards, the store has an obligation to honor what she told me. So I just let it go. I wasn't by myself, and I didn't want to stir something up for other people that was there and cause a scene at a non-profit organization. So I let it go, but that wasn't right. And if that was at a regular store, that like a Home Depot store, you know, a regular for-profit store, I would have stirred something up because that's not right. Now the Habitat, it's kind of known for pricing issues. And I've had similar situations happen at the Habitat near me, where a particular item will be one price one week, and then the next week somebody else is running the register and the price is something totally different. And in those cases I will say something because that's just ridiculous. And usually when I bring it up, the price will get adjusted to what it previously was. But this time, because I did question the guy, I said, well, that's, you know, not what the other lady said, and he was just totally not having it. So I knew it was going to cause a freak show to get it corrected, or perhaps it wasn't correct and the lady doesn't work there. I have no idea. We'll probably never know. It was an outrageous encounter, and I let it go for the sake of being able to go back to that store and not have a scene caused. And then people go, oh, there's that guy that caused a scene about the candoliers. You know, what a joke. Anyway, so here is two 5-light candleburros within the second. You know, Ed has ruined both of those words. He has completely destroyed those words. I can't even say either one of them correctly anymore. These are the Sienna Color of Christmas brand, which I think we saw that. I don't have that box in here anymore. I think we saw that brand on something else this year. Was it the bubble lights, I think? It might have been the bubble lights that went in the Christmas tree in the living room. Distributed by Sienna International, made in China. I'm not sure what that brand is. And you can see it clearly came from the Amazon, which I looked on there prior to this taping, and they were all at least $21. So it was still a reasonable price, all things considered. It was just money that I wouldn't have spent at that point in time. But whatever, it is what it is. So the 5-light candoliers is just in horrible condition. Oh, that's great. I remember back in the 2000s, when these first became popular, my grandparents used to have, actually I remember when this was kind of a big deal too. My grandparents have 2 bay windows in their house. Actually, that's not accurate. They have 3, but 2 of them face the front and have window candles. And so I remember when the 3 window candles came. This had to have been in the very late 90s. I really don't remember the house prior to having the 3 candeliers, but I do remember some comments about them. So this must have been in the very, very late 90s. I would have been very young at the time. But I remember my grandmother talking about how she got the 3 candelabras in place of the single units for those 2 big windows. And then when these 5 candle units became popular, this I vividly remember, the switch from the 3 to the 5. So that must have been in the 2000s. My grandmother wanted the 5 candelabra units for the 2 bay windows, and they are probably identical to this. I mean, I'm sure these are sold under 15 different brands, and they're all the same OEM. But when she got these, she didn't buy 2. She bought 3. And the 3rd one was for me to use in my room over there, which just had a regular single window. But I would put that in the window when I was staying over there in my bedroom. And so I just have a lot of fond memories of these 5 candelabra units for that reason. So now I have 3 of these, and next year I will probably put all 3 in the computer room window. So we'll have a total of 15 candles in that window, which is kind of goofy. I think for this year I'll probably just put one of these units in the dining room window. I'll have to figure out how to secure it, and the other I'll just put away. So it comes with 5 incandescent, I think we're calling it now, incandescent bulbs, and One of them is wrapped up in some plastic film. Actually, you know what? I just realized that I can use these 10 bulbs in the village. Get rid of those horrid, and they truly are awful, those awful DEL bulbs that are in the village right now. I hate those bulbs. They flicker something awful. This has a polarized plug, but we're going to fix that. I always cut the heck? I always cut the polarization off of these because I plug them into old extension cords that are not polarized, and it just becomes a problem. So I just kind of go here and cut this off. This is an illegal misdemeanor move. There, now it'll fit nicely into the outlet that's not polarized. Or if I plug it into the end of a light set or something like that. This will work good now. Okay, perfect. Now it's ready for use. It's got 5 white C9, or no, these are C7 bulbs. They're probably 4 or 5 watts a piece. I'll check it on the unit here. It's 23 watts, so they're probably about 5 watt bulbs, just running a touch below spec. Maybe they're 130 volt bulbs, I don't know. I doubt that something this cheap would come with better bulbs. There's some, oh yeah, great quality camera work here. Five-watt candelabra bulbs. It's model number AD5. And that actually looks like it was hand-checked. Probably in China. It's a perfectly good candelabra with indecent bulbs. These are incandescent, no flicker. They are kind of dirty though, that's disappointing. It won't matter in the village. They got some bells. Ding! And some decorative greenery leaf things. The dripping wax, as if these are trying to fool anybody. And it was polarized, it still is fused. I don't know why this calls for a 5 amp fuse. That's ridiculous. It should be like a half amp fuse. And for this to pull 5 amps, there's have to be something really wrong with it. Now, let's check the other one to make sure that it's working. I'm going to take these incandescent bulbs and put them upstairs. Put them in the village. That village is just, it's flickering something awful. And I know I have more of these bulbs somewhere else, but I don't want to spend the time digging them out at this point in the year. Alright, let's put this candelabra aside. So get this candelabra out. This one is not in the best of condition anymore. Still polarized. I'll take care of that right now. ain't polarized anymore. Get rid of that pesky polarization. And I'll get rid of the tool as well. Get rid of all the evidence. Much better. Why the heck is there tape on there? Alright, this candelabra is working as well with all its incandescent bulbs. This one is a mess. I have to clean this up too. There's like some sticky residue on the bottom, and this thing just doesn't stay on either one of them. I think what I want to do for the window upstairs is I want to put these flame bulbs in there. Really taken a liking to these this year. I bought a whole bunch of these last year at the Habitat, and I'm glad I did because I've been going through them. And of course we'll keep the box for some psychotic reason. Keep all the boxes for all this stuff. Whoa. Hope that got caught on the second camera. That was pretty cool. Okay, success. We've got all flame tip bulbs in here. Very cool. And these draw more power. These are 33 watts. So these must be 7 watt bulbs. Yep, 7 watts. Well, good thing that 5 amp fuse will keep us safe. Okay, let's go put this in the window. I gotta think of how we're gonna do that. I think that we're gonna just use some wire tie here and stick it in the window. Because there's no sill on that window, so it's not really a conducive situation to put a candelabra. Here's the window where I want to put the candle, and you can see the problem now. There's no windowsill. So I guess what I'll do is I'll open the window for a few seconds because it's freezing out, and I'll kind of wrap this around here like this. I think this is what my grandfather used to do to make the stuff a little more secure. And then we'll put that out there like that. And then we'll shut the window, and the candelabra should stay in place. Hope it stays in place. There'll be a loss of a lot of good light bulbs if it doesn't. These windows are awful here. Okay, that's pretty good. We'll lock it in place. And now this is where the polarization thing comes into play, because the plug-in here is not polarized. That's not an actual tag. The house is kind of falling apart over here, but that's fine. It's still a nice place to live. So now we can put this like this. Should we put this like this maybe? Yes, that looks great. So we'll put this like this into that non-polarized apparatus there. Non-polarized, but it fits good now, and the wire's nice and clean. That came out really good. And there's the candelabra with incandescent bulbs. These are really bad quality. I'm not surprised they came from Walmart. It's not exactly a good quality store. Okay, I like that there. You know, this year for Christmas, which did not come to pass because there were some problems. Actually, there were a lot of problems, but one of the things I wanted to do this year was put a lot of window candles out, and that just, I didn't get around to it, but it looks great. I like window candles a lot. I have a lot of nostalgia to them, and this looks really nice here. This really fills in the window nicely. All right, so there's the 5 candelabra with incandescent bulbs that had bad customer service. Okay, now we'll use the other candelabra to film those Menorah bulbs. I don't have a Menorah, but I'll put it in one of these instead. I have to do a hurricane test over here. Yeah, seems pretty secure. Electric menorah bulbs. 9 blue and white flame-shaped bulbs. This must be a very hot flame if it's blue. This is C18 shaped bulbs, 120 volts. Fits most standard electric menorahs for indoor use only. And these are by the Dreidel Company, that was established just a couple years ago in the blurry year of 2013. I don't know if that's an OEM or just a brand name. It's probably just a brand name. Yeah, made for, so it's got to be OEM'd by something else. These cost $3 at the QuestionableWill thrift store. But I really wanted to see what they look like. I don't have a menorah on hand. I should probably get one because Hanukkah doesn't offend me. And if you say Happy Hanukkah to me, I'm not going to get offended and yell at you for not saying Happy Holidays. But we'll test it in the Christmas candelier. How the heck does this work? I've really taken a liking to these orange flame tip bulbs this year. They're the same concept, just with a different color, which is why I found them interesting. So maybe we'll test one of these in the video as well. That's decent. Actually, I kind of like that. It's interesting. It is something you don't see all the time. Now, granted, you don't really see these all the time either, but they're somewhat ordinary. This is out of the ordinary. Kind of has a nice wintry theme to it, like blue ice. Actually, I think these are pretty cool for a window candle. These candeliers leave something to be desired, but that's got nothing to do with the incandescent bulbs. Alright, so there is all 5 of them. They get pretty hot. It's already getting pretty hot. So all 5 consume 23.7 watts. So these are only 5 watt incandescent bulbs, whereas these are 7. I don't recall these getting as hot. I'm surprised these are getting so hot. Yeah, I actually really like these. Now let's swap in one orange one for comparison purposes. Oh, there is some information here. It says 120 the volts, 5 the watts. Sure feels like more than that. But they are kind of dim, so I guess it's accurate. We know it's accurate because the meter confirms it. Why the heck does this do that? Once I do a manual exposure, I can never get it to go back to autofocus. It's very annoying. So here's the 7 watts, and that's 5 watts. And you can definitely tell the difference in the brightness. Or at least I can in person, while operating in person. Totally different appearances, but I like them both. Both pretty neat bulbs. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to do some candoliers in those blue and white incandescent bulbs next year. I like these. I'll put these back in the box and have these safe for next year. What would be pretty cool too is to do the whole tree in these, but I thought about that with these too, but that would be way too expensive. That's not good. Oh, they're pretty durable. Let's see if I can close this thing now. Okay, so that's the Drado Company's electric menorah bulbs. Pretty cool bulbs. Alright. I am closing the downstairs studio for now. That's the one we're using still. Yeah, this is the one we're not using. That away. What the heck happened to these stinking boxes? When I cancel out all the Christmas stuff, I'll put these away in the correct corresponding box. Or for now, I'll just put them somewhere on the other side to get them out of the way. And that is just totally never going to close again. Doesn't tell me anything useful.